Hey there, here, and we're back with more Divinity Dragon Commander. Where last time we nearly completed Act 2. We finished off two of the three enemy factions, Karthus to the east, and Farron, something like that, to the west, and then kind of cornered Sybil, the last one, down to her final two territories. Which, didn't really take a whole lot. It was just about waiting for our armies to accumulate enough to overcome the defenses, just so that we don't get overwhelmed at the start of a battle. Then we just bring in our dragon to kind of wipe everything out. So, not too bad in getting that done. Then back on the ship, the usual politicking stuff, dealing with the diplomats, dealing with their generals. Catherine continues to be really unpleasant. Scarlet, not that much of a presence. And then, the other two, I feel like they had the more personalities, Edmund and blanking on the other one. But yeah, feels like those two kind of got the most work done. But anyways, and then as for Ophelia, moved her from a robot body to a more fleshy one, something that looks similar to a Frankenstein monster. So she seems to be enjoying her body too. So, though we may be trying to work on some improvements for that. I'm not sure if that will be done in this act or that is going to be something in the future. I really forgot how her situation went, if there's more development to it or if it's done or not. But anyways, plan for today is to finish off Act 2. Might do a little mercenary card farming just to have a bit more of an advantage with that. And then, go into the final act and see how much we have to do before the game's finished. Because I do believe the next act is the final act. Not a very long game. It's just about meeting all the territories that's supposed to come from Link. I guess it's good to have some shortness to it, just to be able to see all the different paths with all the political choices and then the marriage options, as well as your general choices. So probably not a bad thing then for it to be a shorter game. So let's go and get this started. So I don't believe we have any research that we need to do. We're kind of set on what we want. Well, not that we can do it right now anyways. What we have left for our dragon research, most of it I believe is just targeting sealing units, which is not that useful. There are no units that really stand out enough to where you want to just boost the one individual. Because enemies do send enough forces at you where that single unit is just going to be always easily destroyed. So not much reason to be buffing them. If there's multiplayer, that'd be one thing. Then we can buff the ally dragon. But for single player, not that useful. So as for the roars might be useful. Temporary AoE buff. Movement speed, not really. Berserker. Increase the fire rate, but take more damage. No. Unveil could be good. Yeah, that one would help. One of the battles we fought, the enemy was using which one issue, but could have been easier if they were unveiled. Okay, this one's target an area. Does pressure negative effects. Very short cooldown. Yeah, definitely could be useful in targeting and counteracting the warlock effects. In particular, the transformation. Alright, maybe that one too. Yeah, friends with benefits, that is specifically the allied dragon, which we do not have. In high transports, cloak itself, making it nearly invisible for 30 seconds. Executing abilities will end the cloak prematurely. Yeah, they kind of messed up with the description of this one. It is the same description for the units rather than something specific for the dragon. Breaching fire. Pound evasion, your fireballs do 100% more damage to dragons. Medium and heavy units for 13 seconds. Devastation permanently increase the damage of primary attack by 33%. Okay, so get that too. Alright, maybe there are a few more things we could get. Yeah, trade door could also be pretty good. Charm, not so much. Single target an enemy. Yeah, also has a very long cooldown. The restoration. Offering units that come within 500 meter race slowly get healed. Rather just build the shaman craft and have those do the healing. Pillar flame, I feel like that's too random. And then call about all friendly units receive the armor and their damage output for 25 seconds. It might be good if we were constantly hanging around our units, but no. Usually we are very much separated, dealing with the enemies that the enemy sends out on the side pass, while most of our army goes one major route. Since you can't really divide your units, your army into separate groups and send them along multiple paths while in dragon form. Rather difficult to do so. Then again, I'm not that great at microing in RTS. As for unit research, oh, we pretty much have just about everything. Only missing one research here, Hunter Teleportation. Don't really need it, but it might help with the auto-resolve. Yeah, nothing wrong with the bar. for the Queen. Yeah, she's stuck in her set of default dialogue for now. Alright, so... Oh, right, we have one more battle with Farron, because we just took his capital. Yeah, it takes like 1 or 2 turns before his army fully dissolves. Yeah, so we're conquering both of both these empty territories. It shouldn't be much of an issue. And then he only has this last territory left, which we should be able to resolve. Alright, we should be able to bring some units off of this one. Alright, get transport there. Yeah, this island should be pretty safe. Yeah, we'll move units off of that. Let's build. Which one is mercenary? Ooh, that was kind of expensive. Parliament strategy cards. Strategy cards are pretty useful. I think one of them has the lower population in area as well as the one where we can start off with more recruits. Yeah, and then the unit acquisition acquisition advantage and subversion cards. Those are like free build for 1 turn, faster units, or stronger units, and then the other one is enemies take more damage. I mean, yeah, that can also be rude, I guess. Yeah, then Wizard Tower is really the only one that's not all that useful. Yeah, because it's your dragon abilities, which we are very limited on, so not much reason for it. Okay, we will build. Okay, let's go get the tavern on that island. And then... yes, we have a war factory over here. Yeah, another war factory over here. So we are going to just get... oh, and we are going to conquer this one. Which doesn't seem like a good idea. They can swarm us, can't they? Right, that may not have been the best of ideas. Let's get another transport down here. Some troopers, and then... yeah, I got the Juggernaut. Do they have any transports here right now? No, they do not. Don't think we can transport directly over there. Oh, you are full. We're at 29 gold. Alright, go with that. Decrease our revenue. Okay, while they're attacking. Oh, did they move everything over? No, one grenadier, one armor. Yeah, they are not moving a whole lot over. Yeah, the next turn we can move our transport over here to reinforce this one. Then that should leave them very isolated. As for this one, yes, 1 and 1. No, the battles, right? Yeah, it's fine. Auto-resolve with the Imperial Navy. Really, we lost one grenadier. Yeah, the auto-resolve right here too. Be nice to use the generals, but they are quite expensive. Henry, that's your other name. Oh, they did quite good in destroying some of our troopers. Okay, lost one. Empire prevails, the Thor climbs. How you can survive the war. Before bread looks like Emperor inside. So many of those. All pumped up. Juggernauts will fire 75% faster. That could be pretty good. Enemy troopers will move 50% slower. That would be helpful. Yeah, they do like to send out their troopers to take everything, so it could be good for that. Armor mercenaries. Good for armor mercenaries. Bring the population of a country down to 0%. That is actually quite extreme. Alright, 4 fighters, 2 armors, and increase your country's revenue by 75%.
Excellent, Commander. Simply excellent. I realize I may seem like a cynical old sorcerer when I receive the news of one of your siblings' deaths with such relish. But if it hastens our progress to peace, may one fall neath your blade every day.
Well, I mean, they are kind of not surrendering, so no other choice for them. Plus, yeah, they kind of made it seem they were a bit on the insane side. Alright, so what's up with you two?
Once more, the undead are in an uproar over nothing, Commander. Now they are systematically tearing down the statues of their own foremost artist because she made the posthumous confession of being gay. What on earth moved her to do so, we'll never know, but the results are tragic. Please tell Yorick to calm his kin. A civilized society should not stand for such barbarism, whether the gods approve or not.
Horror of horrors, Commander. Claudella, our foremost artist, turns out to be a sinner of sapphic sentiments. Such transgression cannot be condoned. The gods will not stand for it. All her works shall be pulled down onto the ground and smashed into the dust. Seven forgive us for having admired her so.
Yet you did so. You know, I was kind of going to lean with what you, with what you wanted, since we do need to improve our luck with the gods. But last time we did that, yeah, it kind of lowered our luck. So you don't exactly know what your gods want. All right. Now then, before we go to the bar, let's get. I'm gonna go get the final research. And then as for this one, yeah, get the cloak reveal. And cleansing charge, since that's only 6 seconds. I mean, realistically, we could just buy them all. Not like we have any other resource to spend research on. Right, presumably Scarlet, you're the one that's going to be talking about this.
Remember I mentioned the artist Della Gecko a while ago, Commander? Brilliant. Gay. Well, I have another example. The undead sculptress Claudella, who sadly perished a short while ago because of some strange disease that sometimes plagues her kindred. She was an artist of profound mastery, revered by every single one of the undead, but now that in her last will and testament she revealed to have had a long-standing physical relationship with a woman they always assumed to be her sister, the vermin are systematically destroying all her works.
Bit odd on the sister part.
Beautiful bronzes, marvelous marbles, all are falling under the hypocrites' hammers. But you can do something about this, Commander. You can stop this madness. And if you won't, give me the order and I'll bash the skull of each vandal I meet.
Diplomatic incentive because some sculptures turn out to be gay, or sad and ridiculous, and that the undead will destroy works of genius because of someone's nature. Yeah, kind of ridiculous considering that they were very for the art before they found out. Separate the artist from the work. If you are so have much of an issue with it.
Cheers, Commander. You're officially a patron of the arts now. I shall raise a toast to you tonight. And in the meantime, try not to succumb to the temptation of yanking away Yorick's lower jaw and throwing it overboard.
Well, it feels like this kind of reaction might be something that the gods don't have an issue with. Hopefully. They should be paying more closer attention to what the gods did and did not like. Because I really don't want the luck to get any worse. Okay, someone cursed you. That was for the conscription. Seven cursed us. Yeah, because we banned art that was critical of our rule. Oh no, we denied it. Okay, because we didn't see conscription, the gods were unhappy. Yeah, we allowed criticism to continue, so far, criticism of authority seems to be what the gods don't like. Gods bless you. will stop the financial aid to struggling nations. Yeah, we denied that. Okay, so select charity. Helping the population, but don't criticize those in charge. Oh, the curse is a bit down with this one. We outlaw the use of deadly toxins to combat vermin. Yeah, we decided to outlaw that, but they really hated that decision. Right, so help the population, but if they harm themselves, that's fine, apparently. Yeah, not sure what to think of that. Very destructive of the gods.
Naught but a skirmish we fought today. But the way you...
Which, if that's the case, then maybe they would have liked the destruction of all the statues.
A resounding victory.
Your latest victim. Bloody good. Which one? He's a slimy kid who happens to excel at warfare. I once met a lizard who went to... Which one do you have? Her temper seems to have improved.
Alright. Don't really get much extra commentary with the other journals. Or their opinions on the other journals don't really too a whole lot. Alright, now for this. So they're all dropped off. Yeah, Farron is gone. We should be able to move everyone over then. Yeah, but just kind of station them all over here on this one. Although, yeah, the fighters can jump over to this island, or not this island, that territory. I think they can move quite far. And then this one does not need to be blockaded anymore. Gold mine, tavern. Do I not have a war factor on any of these? Yeah, this one we'll leave as is. Alright, go build a cameo on this one. Can probably get rid of some of these war factories then. Yeah, like we don't need this war factory anymore. They'll build up next turn. And then we also don't need this one either. Yeah, let's cover those 2 more factories and then we can get some card buildings. Yeah, that's a tavern. Okay, more factories right there. Let's get rid of this one. Tempted to build a coal mine on this one. Yeah, let's get a gold mine on this one. There's gonna be a lot of gold. Right, and what is on your defense? Armor, devastators, hunters, troopers. A lot of troopers. Yeah, hunters counter the troopers. Grenadiers counter hunters. Devastators. I think they're countered by the troopers. But then... no, they're countered by the armor and air. Okay, they don't have a lot of air units, so... yeah, kind of gonna need a little bit of all of these. Actually, a lot of all of these. Yeah, armors counter the devastators, but then they are countered in turn by troopers. I'm gonna just focus on... since you have a lot of troopers. Yeah, get a bunch of hunters and then need air units. And then like with the air units, the main thing we have to worry about are the grenadiers and the warlocks. Which they don't have a whole lot. Oh yeah, and then the hunters do have... yeah, the ability to attack the air too. Yeah, about 26 units a second attack the air. Alright, I think that should be good. All these guys. Oh, you're a balloon. I'll probably go and try and build to our limits then. Only 2. Yeah, they seem intent on... yeah, just making their defenses. They do surprisingly well. Lost two troopers that time. Emperor protects art of pervert sculptor. Oh, dramatic. Yet when he changes the rules, Emperor finds a way to see through enemy camouflage. Emperor victorious as slow new days grips Rivellon. Yeah, it's been slow with you guys for a while. Some repeated headlines. So, combat mercenary. 2 shamans. Got ourselves a Zeppelin, 2 bombers. Genocide. Bring the population of the country down to 50%. More cards are always good. Yeah, I do believe we have everything now. Unless something opens up, we are done with this particular branch of research. You have anything to say for yourself?
Working out for you, my lord. I knew you'd like it. To be my pleasure, my lord.
Nope, nothing with you. Also, if you can invent a jetpack for a dragon, why not some sort of cannon? Hmm, 20% fire rate. Get that paralyzed with fear. Permanent increase to damage. Now then, the bar. What do you have to say for yourselves?
Good news, Commander! The undead riots have been squelched, and the many artworks of Claudella that escaped their pitiful ire have been placed in various museums where they're guarded round the clock. That'll show those intolerant bastards! This is a great victory for mankind everywhere. A victory of nature over nurture. Of freedom over oppression. The undead need to know one can be gay and held in high regard nonetheless. Let that be the lesson. This whole business was about art, of course, but still. Let that be the lesson.
Yes, I'm sure you are an enjoyer of art. Actually, no, you could be. You really don't talk about yourself all that much.
I must admit, you settled that last engagement.
Another province conquered.
Alright, so nothing with you. Yeah, Scarlet's whole thing seems to be more about gay rights. Which doesn't come up a whole lot.
Commander, we really need to act on the misuse of necromantic magic. Only last week, some dunderhead slipped up during an incantation, and now 5 generations of skeletal elves are demanding their homes and hearths back from their own living descendants. Enough is enough.
Yeah, that is a bit of a mess. They've been dead for a long time. They kind of lost rights to those places since they died. Unless there's some existing law that has provisions for if a person is resurrected. Yeah, there's not much reason to be giving them stuff. Plus, also we saw in Oblivion what happens if you ban the necromancy, though. Gotta be careful on that.
7 strike that rotten dwarf. Necromancy is an art, and its practice should be encouraged, not muzzled.
Sir Falstaff and I are in agreement, Commander. Quite unnerving to have an undead woman knocking on the door claiming she's your great-great-great-grandmother, and could she please have her old room back? Or so I'm told.
Mishaps like these happen all too frequently, and more often than not, crazed necromancers are causing them. They are the least responsible of all wizards, hunted even by the elves, and we should ensure they are put under strict observation by other, more responsible sorcerers.
What Falstaff calls misuse, we imps call creative experimentation. Science is basically a series of accidents that sometimes leads to a nice little novelty. So let them incant away, those necromancers. No harm in trying.
Alright, 3 against 2 4. Also, did we get anything in regards to our decision about the art? No. Right then. So as for this necromantic experimentation, I mean, it is kind of irresponsible of the necromancers to be resurrecting all these people, but then not providing for them. But on the other hand, though, like, the experimentation is kind of necessary to the advancement of their particular field. Yeah, I kind of wish there could be more nuance, I guess, to these decisions, instead of a yes ban or like yes or no on the banning. If we could add different parts, like address the whole what to do with the newly resurrected people, address that instead of necromancy as a whole. But yeah, for now, I guess, with how it's presented, having a whole bunch of new people constantly appear from the past and having them fight over the new properties while old properties can be an issue. Isn't that kind of a problem in Warhammer with the Tomb Kings? With all them being resurrected at once, and then all sorts of kings all claiming rightful rule to the land. Yeah, so we could try necromantic experimentation, sure.
Excellent. When a fellow kicks the bucket, you hold the wake, bury him deep, and honor his memory. Mucking about with his corpse is not on that list.
Getting so many of these political decisions or achievements related to them. Right, when I was playing this game, was I on Steam or was I on something else? I feel like I should have gotten some of these already. Oh yeah, it was definitely on Steam. Weird that I didn't get some of these decisions when I last played them. Unless these decisions are varied enough where you don't won't necessarily see the same ones in the same playthrough. Or like it may take multiple playthroughs to see everything, so could be something like that. Could also be that some of these achievements for the political decisions were added later. Yeah, it might have been added later. Not seeing any results or seeing any achievements for the political decisions. Just all related to gameplay progression. Interesting. Okay, I guess it was added later. Alright then. Alright, continue building up. Building up and collecting cards. How many territories do we have to construct? Yeah, I think it's just these three. Nope, one more up here. Alright, so 4 of them. I don't think we need that much gold. We're already at a plus 100. Alright, do an academy up here. And... oh, the tavern's quite expensive. Okay, let's do a parliament up here. I haven't done too many zeppelins. They boost attack range. Alright, we need troopers. Alright, finish moving everything over. And I'm gonna move you down that way. Alright, suppose we can move these ones. And we can move some of those up there, but don't want to deal with the transports. Oh, no attacks this time. But our work is safe in museums, or as there's a reality, says York. Wasn't she a sculptor though? Necromancy ostracized, undead fear for their assistance. Time for some R&R, says Emperor. Dragon Fireball is so powerful, he might just blow himself up. Dragon experts say. So much propaganda. You know, I wonder if we had banned the criticism of the Emperor, if we'd be getting less of this type of propaganda. Alright, Falstad, what'd you give us? Transports in a select area won't be able to move this round. Yeah, not super useful. I mean, like, unless it means that you can't move on the battle map, then that'd be more useful. But if it's just during the round, not so much. Warlock mercenaries. Okay, 3 of them. Yeah, I should probably check if there's a cap on how many cards we can have. Nobody to talk to though. Long as we can't stack infinite number of cards. Yeah, no solid answer. Maybe. No, that is for something else. Yeah, no solid answer on that. Alright. Yeah, I really don't have much going to get with these. May as well. Probably end up buying them in case there's an achievement for it. Then again, nothing popped up with the engineering-based research once we purchased all of them, so maybe not everything with the dragon research. Yeah, I really don't need new gold mines. It's just those 3 territories. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, there's also a war factory down here, isn't there? Yeah, maybe stop when it's about 100 per. Yeah, Tyrion's already at 80. Can you get the Parliament then? Okay, more troopers there. And we'll fill out with grenadiers on this one. And a bomber balloon. Let's get some hunters. Alright, that works. And they're all getting 2-3 stars. By the time we're done, we can probably get to the point where we can auto-resolve it. Why the wars drag on? Speed kills, maxes magic, make our men faster. Never really a double life. Yeah, what went with our decision? Adds engines, grenadiers will move 50% faster. Enemy devastators will fire 50% slower. Could be good. And then two fighters, supercharged juggernauts. They won't be able to move. One juggernaut mercenary is recruited. Juggernauts are quite strong. Enemy juggernauts will have less health. 400 mercenaries. Longer units can be produced at a 50% discount. Could be good, but we are very good on the gold situation right now. Maybe next act. Yeah, so what was the result of the decision? Okay, no, it only affected the popularity. Oh hey, elves were at 80% for them for some reason. Next faction decision at 85%. I do not know what those are. Might be worth starting with the elves just next turn or next decision just to see what that is. Alright, so why are you two here?
Commander, we have anxiously awaited your return, for our spies brought dire news. Some obscure nobleman by the name of Drury has ordered top assassins to kidnap and kill Henry's daughter Anne. Her death would crush him, and that's exactly how that prick tries to get the attention of our enemies. By robbing you of one of your generals, he seeks the same post in their armies.
Right, so that's a bit of an issue.
You know there'd be no stopping Henry. He sped off home the instant he heard the news. So now Catherine and I would like your permission to go after him. If he has to face those backstabbing bastards, we want to face them with him.
Right, go ahead and help him. Don't really need the generals at the moment, so should be fine.
Yes, Commander. We'll hack them to pieces and be back in time for happy hour.
How much more base and depraved can a soul get when it seeks the death of a child to further its interests? Henry and I may not always see eye to eye, but if I can save his daughter, I will do what I can. And Scarlet feels the same.
Well, please, you only say that because it's his daughter. If it was his son, he would not care at all.
Henry has a spot of daughter trouble, has he? These teenage girls, they're all the same. Scarlet and Catherine actually want to abandon ship and rush to her rescue. Can you imagine? At least I have the sense of duty to remain here in the epicenter of your power, where generals are truly needed. Well, there's that, and the fact that I just can't be bothered.
No, I thought you were becoming more friendly with them. Guess not. Oh, okay, we can buy the last one. Alright. 3 more territories. They don't need to do that. Which one did we sell? I think it might have been an academy. Why did you have to build right there? It looked like you were part of the other territory. Alright, going to toss some parliament there. Let's get some ironclads. No, okay, can't afford the Devastator. Sure, get the hunter. And that's most of them moved over. Obscure plot to kidnap General's daughter has military leaders desert the Raven. We are left without command, limited senior officers, and they're fine. Is from the front, calm before the storm. Yes, definitely the calm before the storm. From pillar to post, we never know where the pillars are. Army complaints. Well, that's because you guys keep on wandering off to chase the enemies. Seriously, they do. And I need to stop doing that. So from Scarlet, we get Juggernauts will do 55% more damage. Very nice. And then, yeah, our usual card allotment. Are we kept at 60? Armors will move 50% faster. 3 Grenadiers, 4 Mercenaries, 5 Troopers. Oh, hey, 5 Troopers. 2 Juggernauts. And then, okay, free tavern. Alright, Edmund, what do you want?
Dear, oh dear. It seems my esteemed colleagues made a mess of things. But why blame them, really? Takes those blockheads of counselors, of course, not to know any confrontation with hardened assassins is bound to leave a trail of, a variety of things. Blood, ash, and general destruction come to mind. Perhaps I should have gone with them after all. Sounds like they had a jolly old time.
Yeah, see, it did end up being something.
Your generals are out of control, Commander. Now, I appreciate they stood together to rescue Henry's daughter, but when the end result has a tally of 2 incinerated buildings, a ruined hall of industry, and a few dozen dead or wounded, it seems to me they were a tad too enthusiastic. They may be used to battlefields alone these days, but we do not tolerate such mayhem in our cities. Someone needs to pay.
Yeah, well, you should have helped out with the criminal then.
Good to see you, Commander. I've been meaning to thank you for the role you've played in the rescue of my dear Anne. 'Twould have been another story entirely had Catherine and Scarlet not come to my aid. Wonders of women. You should have seen us. And we reached before those bloody assassins did. But they beset us in far greater numbers than we could have foreseen. They used imp-throwing bombs, lizard arrows tipped with poison, dwarf axes that can cut through steel, but we held them off time and again. We 3 duelists, shoulder to shoulder. Of course, there was a touch of collateral damage, I suppose. One of those imp devices rolled right into an undead kindergarten. But really, those skeletal scamps are already dead to begin with, right? I thought it was rather funny. A shower of bones it was, came clattering down like dry hail.
A bit much to say funny, but I suppose the undead would say that's just their fate. Also, these kind of tragedies kind of makes me want a game from perspective, not from some of the heroes or leaders, but from like the sidekicks who do go out on their own adventures. Yeah, go out on their own adventures while assisting the main lead.
Is that a reason to be a killjoy and scream bloody murder? 'Cause that's what those gods-be-damned counselors of yours are doing. They demand restitution and the likes. I've half a mind to demonstrate what functionalities come with this arm of mine, and where they can put them.
need them off and back. Someone has to take the fall for this mess. I don't care who it is, but just see it done. A bit much. Henry, your daughter is saved and well. That means you have to face the musically cousins as hurt, even though that's not your fault. Is that such a great price to pay? I mean, that is a bit much. What do the others have to say? Because, yeah, like, it is, yeah, not his fault. Not sure how we should respond to that. I feel like the first option is just tell him to shut up and go ahead and apologize, while the second one is still tell him to go apologize, but kind of try to make it as smooth as possible.
We accomplished our mission, Commander, but I shudder to think at what cost. No wonder the councillors are in an uproar.
Yeah, that's kind of made it sound not as serious an issue, just a bunch of burned buildings. But no, turned out it was a kindergarten that got exploded. Yeah, so that might be a bit much.
We did it, Commander. Anne has been rescued. Hardest fight I ever fought, but it was worth it. I'm sorry to say, though, those damned assassins spared not the citizens that stood in their way. Many died, but not by our blades.
And it was also kind of, I suppose, instigated by you guys. Maybe if you're a bit more covert. Yeah, if they had been a bit more covert, then maybe that might have helped. Or maybe they had a full party. Alright, well.
Good to see you, Commander. You should have. Of course, there was. Is that a reason to be a killjoy and scream bloody murder? Because that's what those God-be-damned councillors of yours are doing. They demand restitution and the likes.
If we say we don't care and just get it done, we could potentially, potentially send it on someone else. Yeah, so that could be something. Or not sure. Also, why are you there? It could just be because you're the lead. Unresolved luck boost 9%, country support boost 60%. Action decision 85.
To see you, Commander. You should. Of course, there was a touch of collateral damage, I suppose. One of those imp devices rolled right into an undead kindergarten. But really, those skeletal scamps are already dead to begin with, right? I thought it was rather funny. A shower of bones, it was. Came clattering down like dry hail.
Suppose it may not actually matter
Is that a
though.
reason to be a killjoy and scream bloody murder? Because that's what those gods-be-damned counselors of yours are doing. They demand restitution and the likes. I've half a mind to demonstrate what functionalities come with this arm of mine, and where they can put them.
Yeah, but it's too much love to punish him for the fact that it's someone else's though. Yeah, like I said, that's for the first one. He could just punish someone else. I mean, it might be fine. If we could actually successfully push it off on the assassins, that would be good. Now, I haven't taken responsibility since, yeah, like I said, they weren't all that stealthy. Anything else we need to get for research? Alright, almost done for that.
We accomplished our mission, Commander.
We did it, Commander. Anne has been rescued.
Good to see you. You should have seen us. Of course. Is that a reason to be a killjoy and scream bloody murder? Because that's what those gods-be-damned counselors of yours are doing. They demand restitution and the likes. I've half a mind to demonstrate what functionalities come with this arm of mine, and where they can put them.
Oh, right. Is this going to affect the diplomacy, though? Yeah, I'm going to take responsibility. I don't think he's smart enough to blame someone else. Well, not successfully. Yeah, take responsibility.
I suppose not. So what happens next? I have to pay a fine or something? Do community service for the undead? Air out some crypts and polish their coffins? Bah! By every demon ass in hell, the things we do for our children, Commander.
Oh, hey, York was there.
Commander, an elf woman was caught smuggling the vile narcotic Druidini into an undead city. Our laws dictate she must hang within the span of 2 days, but Oberon is making a fuss and wants to extradite her. You know how elves are. They'll just let her walk. But you'll let us hang her, won't you?
Oh, hey, Druidini. We saw that in Original Sin 2. They were using that to turn dogs into source hunters. Also, yeah, Dreamers use it for their skills too, so good things with that. Alright, Oberon, why do you want her?
How dare Yorick demand the death of an elf? If she has done wrong, it is up to her kin to judge her. Those barbarian undead kill people for the slightest infraction. It's ghastly.
She did kind of break the law on their land, though.
I wouldn't let a child-molesting mass murderer be judged by the bloody undead, Commander, let alone a misguided elven lass, far from home and far out of her depth. Let the elves pass judgment, just like Oberon asks.
Whereas Yorick has a point, it is his laws that have been broken. I would render this woman unto the elves all the same. She deserves a lawyer, a proper defense rather than a priest and a charade of last rites.
Yeah, that is kind of true that the undead kind of take things a little too much.
The undead do stage spectacular executions, Commander. We all follow them through scrying stones. You wouldn't take away our Sunday afternoon funfair, would you? Thousands of imps will bet on whether she'll break her neck or not upon falling from the scaffold.
Like, on one hand, she did break the laws of their land. On the other hand, we are close to that decision for the elves, the 85%. Oh yeah, plus it'd go with the lizards too. Yeah, sure, let's see what that 85% is.
You are blatantly denying us our God's given right to punish that criminal tramp as the Seven see fit. To think we were already showing her the mercy of the noose. We put smugglers on the breaking wheel, usually.
Alright, what do we have left to build? Okay, I think this is the last one to build. Okay, Parliament is the one that's lacking. Could build that. I do want to try to get the bonus to recruitment at the start, which should be the Parliament ones. Alright, on to this one. We're at 161 of 90. 960. I mean. Okay, build some juggernauts right there. I'm gonna get some Warlocks. It'd be nice if we could see our total units. And I don't believe we need to move anyone. Heroes cause massive havoc. Branded child killers by the undead and Emperor agrees. No, a bit much. Okay, those are 85%. Wow, undead are 40. Wow, that dropped them a lot. Undead deny justice, elf drug kingpin off the hook. Emperor takes a break from the war. Psycholistic charm is a dragon's euphemism for fear. From Henry, battle rage, imp fighters will do 65% more damage. And then the other cards, buildable might for free. Excellent. Oops. Your policies have the following consequences. Populace's motivation has increased by 4%. 7 curse us again. Oh, they're always cursing us. Oh, hey, 4 devastators.
Those high and mighty councillors sure did a number on Henry, as if he's the one that caused so much trouble. Have they quite forgotten about Lord Drury's merry band of assassins? He's been asking me for a loan, you know, being robbed of his gold. Asked for quite a lot, actually. But I guess I can't rightly refuse him. A begging man is more agonizing to look upon than a begging dog.
Oh, I didn't seriously take all of his money.
General Henry got his comeuppance, Commander. I can only hope he'll reflect on his sentence with proper repentance and humility. Yet, knowing Henry, pigs will fly first.
That seems a bit much. Especially considering that it's their failure to control criminals.
Commander? Anyone in specific? He is a bull that holds a general's rank, Commander. I'd conclude there's more to him than meets his good eye. Were I not quite so certain his...
Alright, so you have nothing.
Commander?
Scarlet not commenting.
Justice has been done. I didn't quite know what to make of Henry's attitude, though. I found myself paying for his whole trip back to ship. He kept going on and on about how sorry he was. Another drink, Yorick, to alleviate my guilt. Another drink, Yorick, in memory of those poor children. What could I do but pick up the tab?
Well, at least Henry knows how to play on his sympathies.
It's over, Commander. I stood before a tribunal, was described as a maniac, a vandal, an arsonist, and even a murderer. But I bore it all with quiet dignity, my jaws clenched tighter than Prosper's ass. They took my land, my titles, what gold I had stored, but I stood in silence, not giving them the satisfaction of showing my rage.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Quite a change from the hothead Henry you know and love, isn't it, Commander? 'Twas down to Catherine and Scarlet, you know. Never would I have let those bastards of counselors unleash their barrage of injustice over me had I not rested easily in the knowledge that thereby I was shielding the friends who came to my aid without as much as a thought for their own safety.
Well, isn't that heroic of you?
My daughter came to no harm, and neither did my comrades in arms. All is well. Now, to toast them all with wine and beer, and again, and again. It'll have to be your treat, though, Commander. I'm penniless now, remember?
Alright, he seems to be taking it well. Now, if only there was a further decision where we could help him. We do have a lot of gold. Okay, got all master, got all expert. Okay, may as well clear this out. Oh, okay, yeah, that's all the dragon research. And no achievement for that. And I do believe we've built on every single territory. Yeah, I know, just building up the armies. Could break down this parliament. Get a war factory. Okay, get some troopers in there. Yeah, sure, more juggernauts. And then fighters there. Generals with titles and lands will be paid a fortune by Elven Standard for exclusive interview. Good for him. Progress report, war progress. Grants a sudden purchase up on blood magic. Okay, cards keep on accumulating. Ironclad's attack range will be split. Be split 50%. Okay, odd. Enemy fighters will do 75% less damage. Devastator, yeah, get 2 Devastators. Destroy a gold mine in enemy country, useful. The destroy a war factory would be more useful though. 4 Shaman mercenaries are fighting on your side this battle. Ironclads 75% faster. Make a country immune to invasion, enemy cards for 2 turns. Oh. That could be nice. 1 transport mercenary. Increase the population of country by 200%. And then your armor attack range will increase with 50%. Alright, not bad. Alright, so what do you guys want now?
Come to have a chat, Commander. Just as well, for I've been meaning to have a word with the dragon myself. Remember when I told you about losing my arm and eye? How I lost it standing guard for your father, an emperor unworthy of his throne? Well, telling you got me thinking, as well as drinking. And here's the conclusions I've come to. I was different then, you see. And not just because I was more man and less machine. No. The day they hacked me up good, there was much more that I lost. In that arm lay stored loyalty and duty. In that eye, trust and friendship. Out the door, just like that. But lately, they've been clawing at it, wanting to come back in. We've got a fine bunch of generals here, Commander. And there's Edmund too, but let's not open that particular can of worms. No, it's the girls, Scarlet and Catherine. Guess I've never come closer to women without wanting to get in their pants. I respect them as officers, I really do. And I think that should history repeat itself, they would stand by me as we make our last stand. Not run like the mongrels that still stain my memories. If there's trust to be had, I think they've earned mine, Commander. As of you, the sins of your father need not be yours. You have my sword and my friendship too. There! Now you know. So enough of this sentimental elf talk and let's drink! To us! To the Raven! To victory!
Well, that's quite the character development for Henry.
Commander?
What would you inquire of me, Commander?
What's your opinion on Henry now?
And Henry finally seems to have grasped the importance of belonging to a company of generals rather than a set of completely independent individuals. I never would have thought he had the wits to come to such an insight.
Wow, you actually said something positive about him.
Sup, Commander? About whom, Commander? I always told Henry he's a self-absorbed, trust-shy, pig-headed, hard-head of a man, and finally, he seems to have taken notice. I do declare, he used the word teamwork in a sentence this afternoon. First time I practically fell off my chair being sober.
Alright, good character development for him. So, nothing we can spend on research. I really hope there's in some kind of turn limit, since it is counting them. Oh yeah, we definitely need shamans. Okay, 3 juggernauts there. Let's get some ironclads. And we have 4 imp fighters. Get a few more. Then zeppelins. We need bombers, that's what we need. Jailbreak from war. Empress has helped me, I'm misunderstood. Free Naked Dragon Poster. You offer way too many of those. Henry's give us, and our guys will do 75% less damage. Pretty nice. Enemy Grenadiers will fire 75% slower. 2 Zeppelin Mercenaries, 3 Grenadier Mercenaries. Increase the number of points of the units stationed in a country by 1. Could be nice. 2 Zeppelin Mercenaries are fighting. Okay. Free Parliament. And Throne Room, what do you want?
Commander, if we elves think something is of supreme importance, it is the happiness of all people. For those with rejoicing hearts do no evil and look upon the world with kindness. We also believe they will fight harder for their country if pressed. For a new overlord may not hold their welfare in high regard. Clearly this will benefit you in times of need. So, how can we increase the happiness of a huge part of your citizenry? By allowing them to form unions, so they can stand up for themselves better. What do you say?
The formation of unions. Alright, is that the 85% on? What will just be for it?
It's not that the idea of unions offends me, Commander, but in times of war, we just cannot afford the side effect unions tend to bring about. Strikes, protests, you know the sort of thing. No, I advise against Oberon's proposal.
Well, that's a shame.
Unions? What blasphemy! People shouldn't emancipate themselves in factories. They should prostrate themselves before the gods in the 7 glorious temples. Let the people organize and they'll suddenly make all sorts of silly demands. Advocate not happiness, Commander, but humility.
Typical elven wishy-washy nonsense. Unions indeed. Nothing but organized trouble, led by work-shy ne'er-do-wells. Don't you fall for Oberon's tricks, Commander.
Frightfully bad idea, Commander. You allow unions, and before you know it, concerns about working conditions are raised. They'll shut down every arms factory we own. Won't make us imps any happier, that.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's against it. Well, considering that they're all against it, probably just going to reject it then. Yeah, they were all against it, so... Kind of right that, yeah, now's exactly the time to be having that, having unions. What are we at right now? Yeah, undead is a little bit, well, kind of low. Yeah, and lizards are at their threshold. Yeah, it's going to reject it.
This would have been the first step towards the betterment of your fellow man, Commander. Needless to say, I am sorely disappointed, as every other elf in the realm will be.
really need more than just a yes or no for some of these options. Okay, what do we have here? Don't know. Oh, we got 15 troopers, 5 balloons, 3 armor though, 8 hunters. Let me focus on hunters. Oh, 1 ironclad, 1 warlock. Okay, we are low on shamans, that's what we need. Also, are you building up? I don't think you are. Gotta have so many juggernauts for this. And this one, we were building up our air units. Oh, there's one more we can make. Workers' rights refused. Oberon plus ballistics. Oh, that was a big drop for the elves. 10%. Lizards at 90% though. Undead's 40%. Dwarves 65. Alright, diplomacy. All air units can be produced at a 75% discount. And then 2 armored mercenaries are fighting on your side. Because our decision, motivation increased by 6%. We will receive 3 additional gold. Alright, I don't know what we're supposed to be spending our research on. Okay, we're at 15 troopers. Probably don't need to build any more of those. Okay, 6 shamans. And then a bunch of warlocks. Oh wow, 18 troopers coming in from there. Well, yeah, I think what we need are the armors. Armors and hunters. Okay, grenadiers would also help. But yeah, let's go for these ones. 2 hunters, 2 devastators. Okay, already had 8 imp fighters. Let's go ahead and get 10. Oh, hey. Can make 5 units now. Though we probably don't have the money for that. Right, let's begin transporting them over. I feel like we're good on the cards. Ironclads are 75% slower. Our hunters will have increased attack range. Get 2 hunters. Population increased by 250%. Juggernauts, 1 Juggernaut mercenary. Armor balloons, 75% more HP. Build a factory for free. Very nice. 2 transports, 300% population increase. And Zeppelins move 50% faster. Alright, well, something's happened.
You know I don't hold a high opinion of men in general, Commander. But Henry does go out of his way to reaffirm what some would call my prejudices. I'm glad Scarlet saw the light and kicked him out of her bed. Even a girl as frivolous as her can do infinitely better.
Surprising that they were together.
Henry, how his vagaries amuse me. A woman that rejects him must therefore not be interested in men, so goes his logic. As if one can blame any woman romanced by that buffoon to abstain from men forever.
And they were so friendly earlier. Now we want something else. What's the one that gives a boost to population at the start of a fight? Do we even have any of those cards? Oh, we might have used them all up. Okay, I think we did. Unless we have an issue. Yeah, Pioneers, this isn't one we want. We only have one. Advantage of 500. Right, so what sort of building do we need for that? Interesting, it's none of those categories. Right, if it's going to be like that, maybe we can't receive it from any of the buildings we construct. Maybe it has to be from events only. Oh, Scarlet, you're here. I thought it was Maxis that wanted something.
Damn that loudmouth, Henry. I'll emasculate him with a pair of pincers if he doesn't hold his tongue. We've been having a bit of fun, you know, casual-like, but now I told him that the fun's over, he's telling everyone I must be into girls all of a sudden because that's the only explanation for rejecting a true blue man like him. Filthy pig. How dare he? How? But... oh, fudge, what's the use? Why would I stand here and pretend before the dragon, the ruler of worlds? Never have I said this to anyone, Commander. But it is true. I am a lesbian. There. The die has been cast. When I was 16, you see, I first fell in love with another girl. But when my parents found out, they were furious. Threatened to disown me and sent me to military school. They vowed that if I'd show any sign of being attracted to another girl ever again, they'd never more show me kindness or affection. That is the secret I've lived with ever since. I forced myself to sleep with men, but it is all a farce. A hollow way of ever so shallowly satisfying hidden, unacknowledged needs. I was forced to live a life of lies, and believe me, I can handle it, but I can't bear to have my real nature dangled in front of me as a means of mockery.
Bit of a shame, considering that she, well, somewhat offered to be a human candidate wife, but I don't know, why would she be hiding it, considering the past decisions we've made? Long carried a heavy secret with you, but it's safe with me. Hot wide worth Henry. Hope you find happiness one way or another. Appreciate your confidence. Never ask to be informed of matters. Don't ask, don't tell. Bit more of an issue considering it does affect your performance, I guess. Having to maintain certain relationships. Yeah, we'll talk to Henry.
Thank you, Commander. To have your support means a great deal to me. More than you can imagine. Perhaps one day I'll be free. Free to be who I am. We'll see.
I know Henry should be fine with it. Plus, again, considering the past decisions, you really should not be hiding.
Dear me, I could do with a nap.
Okay, Max doesn't have anything.
What the hell is the matter with Scarlet? Here we're having some extracurricular horizontal recreation, and suddenly she bails on me. I tell you, she must have knocked her head against the door and started liking girls all of a sudden. No woman denies herself my affections from one moment to the next.
Oh, okay. Can't actually talk to him. Also, you should not be stressing over some casual relationships. Yeah, nothing's popping up.
You know I don't hold...
Ah, Henry. How his...
Okay, so no decisions for now. Alright, won't worry about the build-up this turn. Just worry about transporting everything over. And then are the rest of our units? Yes, they are. Oh, are you full? Okay, so 2 more turns, and then we can go into attack. Which, if that's going to be the case... Alright, going to build up the armors there. And build up the aerial units on this one. I'm thinking when we do this fight, we'll be able to auto-resolve it. Never got an intimate conversation with General Scarlet. Leaves a flutter. Has a affair with dragon. Not the case. The Emperor's a monster. Rude. Open calm before the storm. What cards did we get? Enemy armors, 75% less damage. 1 Juggernaut Mercenary, 1 Transport Mercenary. All new units can be produced at a discount. 2 Bomber Mercenaries. Make a country immune to invasions. Ooh, another one of these. Oh, but only 1 turn.
I know Scarlet shared something with you, Commander. Something deeply personal, and it's not hard for me to guess what that something was. It gladdens me to see that you have treated her with respect. So very unmanly of you. That's a compliment, by the way.
I've noticed a peculiar change in Scarlet, Commander. She seems happier somehow, less prone to take rash decisions in combat. She's almost of value to us. Wouldn't that be a treat?
Alright, Edmund, what do you have to say for yourself?
Don't worry, Commander. I didn't breathe another word about Scarlet and her ways. It's a relief to know I was right all along, though. When a woman says no to me, we all know what that means. Not interested in men. Period.
Wow, so it was an issue of your confidence?
When I see your face, it is like a beacon of light, Commander. Such is the relief that I have a person to confide in, that it feels as if I have been pushing a boulder uphill all my life, and that now I can finally let it go. Watch it tumble downhill and out of sight. Glory be to the Emperor, whom I may call my friend.
Alright, good that she's happy.
Commander, we the Lizards think that even though you fight to attain peace, strife is inevitable as long as monarchs occupy the throne. Sooner or later, they become dictatorial and go to war on a whim. Our end goal is to make Rivlon a republic. But first, we want to see if the majority of all the civilized races truly wants this. Which is why I'm asking for your permission to hold a referendum. Do you want a government that is despotic or democratic in nature? That is the question we shall ask.
Right, so you want us to vote for our own removal?
Well, this talk about
No?
a republic is criminal, Commander. It would upset the gods' divine order. Deny the lizard. Deny her firmly.
Yeah, I might just do that. Plus, considering some of the decisions of the gods on choices that challenge authority, like accepting would just bring us even more bad luck. Our luck is really terrible with them.
Even though we elves do think people are basically equal to one another, we nevertheless have a deep reverence for the age-old noble bloodlines from which the greatest of our kin descend without fail. And look at nature. Bees have a queen, do they not? No republic there. No, I don't think this referendum should be held.
Commander, if you're going to go about asking the common folk for their opinion on matters of state, we'll end up with clowns in the courtroom, candy dispensers instead of taxmen, and the total collapse of a workable government before you can say free gilded carriages for everyone is actually not a very good idea. Referendum? Rubbish.
Commander.
Imps are notoriously fickle, Commander. We change our minds each time the wind changes direction. No, best to have one leader to decide what's what. You're not doing too bad a job, so why hold a referendum about resignation, eh?
Your immediate refusal illustrates quite clearly that you are both afraid of what the majority's answer to our question might be, and that you are quite determined to be a totalitarian ruler once the throne is yours. In that case, the peace you may well win is doomed to be short-lived. You have written the future, Commander, and it consists of but one word: war.
Let's just go declare war. That's a bit much. It would have been interesting to see if we had chosen the lizard princess. Alright, they're all off. Oh, both of them are full. There we go. And it'll build Devastators. I think they can travel the distance. Yeah, 2 movement points. Alright, next turn we are taking that place. And then probably auto-resolving it. Yeah. Dragon desperate to remain dictator. Republican referendum refused. Okay, lizards was only dropped by 80%. Not... No, okay, no, it is as bad as the elves. They were at 90 earlier. Scarlet Giddy is a schoolgirl. She and Emperor spent too much time together, says disapproving York. Emperor indecisive. Strategy card, sabotage. And fighters in a selected area won't be able to move. And 3 Grenadier mercenaries. Obligation motivation decreased by 5%. 7 bless you. Luck increased by 2. Oh, what's our luck at right now? Luck is at -8. Motivation is up way high though, 35%. Didn't notice on that. And nobody needs to talk. Alright, 100 cards, and I guess moving on to the next act. Oh, I forgot to move that one. No, we didn't forget to move that hunter. It didn't fit. Oh, we have some grenadiers we could have moved. Yeah, sure, movie transports too. Alright, what will we be attacking with? So many years to move over. But will this actually be enough to let us auto-resolve it? Wow, 37 troopers. Miss that one. There we go. Massive invasion. Really all that, just a 90% chance. '93 with Catherine, 92 with Edmund, 93 with Henry. Although I suppose it's pretty good considering our negative luck with the gods. 90% with Scarlet. Yeah, let's have Henry go out. He needs some money. Oh, we had a little show map button. Not that helpful. Okay, we had 19 imp fighters, 16 hunters, 9 armors only, 11 devastators, 48 troopers, that's a lot, 15 bomber balloons, 15 juggernauts, or 19 juggernauts, 15 ironclads, 6 transports, 4 grenadiers, really only 4 grenadiers. Yeah, I definitely should have invested more in those then instead of so many troopers. 7 shamans, probably could have also started with more shamans too. 7 zeppelins, 6 warlocks. And in the end, we only lost 13 troopers. Okay, not bad. Lost some cannon fodder. Yeah, troopers are easy to replace. Conquered the capital of Seville. Successfully stole on the Blind Gold. And tech.
Behold how powerful the dragon had become. Many of his rivals had fallen, and victory seemed inevitable. But then Corvus the demon, cruel and cunning as he was, decided to intervene, for he did not want the war to end. He infested all the Empire's enemies, using terrible blood magic. Though he remained bound to the Raven, he was now present in all of the dragon's foes. Enthralled, they became stronger and more vicious than ever. The final battle between dragon and demon had begun.
And that's why you don't bargain with demons. Right, so this final fight is going to be between not our siblings, but rather the demon itself. Emperor pregnant. Ooh, impressive. You deserve to be lied to, says Emperor. Emperor Victory Parried deemed tacky at best. But that was for Edmund. Or not Edmund, that's for Henry, considering he fought the final battle.
Commander, a word, quickly. Devilry has befallen us that may yet spell our doom, just when the end was in sight. It is Corvus. He has escaped from my bonds. Too tranquil was I in the delusion that I had him shackled for good, but no. He has flown, or rather multiplied, in infinite demonic shards that hold a firm grip over every single one of our enemies, and empowers them with hellish might. Each foe we now face will be much more powerful than he was before, and it will take our forces their utmost to vanquish them. You I forewarn, Commander, but let the rest not know of this demon influence, or else all faith in victory would plummet like a stricken bird. You, and you alone, can now accomplish what we set out to do. One dragon will have to face an endless number of demon-driven fiends, and desolate them all. I know you can, my friend. Show them why you, none other, are the Dragon Commander.
Oh, is he actually going to manifest on the field itself? That was something I don't remember the final battles. That'd be interesting if that was the case.
Dear me, Commander. but I do believe one of your generals is smitten with an elf girl of the highest nobility. That means it's either Henry, who's intolerable, or Edmund, who's insufferable. I can only hope she'll soon come to her senses.
Miss Scarlet.
So, I see old Edmund is head over heels in love with a saucy bit of elven skirt. Never would have thought he'd get his little tail stirring over one of her kind.
Yeah, that doesn't sound likely. Okay. Did we bring all of our gold?
Combat and carnage! Huzzah! You showed him, Commander.
Oh, okay. Apparently it is Edmund.
May my mind forgive my heart, Commander, for it has poisoned it with honeyed venom, with that sweetest of all toxins, love. Part of me is nauseated for even uttering so saccharine a sentence, but I cannot help myself, as I have been enchanted by the super-earthly elegance of an elven belle. Her name, Elizabetha. Oh, dulcet set of syllables, the most beautiful damsel of woman born. Blessed be I, for she loves me too. There is but one obstacle in our course toward ultimate happiness, the most classic of lovers' impediments. Her father, Lord Larodshire. May the plague beset his person. The lout detests me almost as much as I detest him. Already he has gone too far by calling me a swamper, the ultimate insult to us lizards. But this elf lord will be a hindrance no longer, for I intend to challenge him to a duel and be done with him.
Yeah, killing her father might be a bit much. Then again, she is falling in love with Edmund. So that may actually be the right course. Yeah, I think that might be a bit much. Come back to that in a moment. Let's see if we got anything new on research. No, we do not. Oh yeah, what's going on with the eyeball chamber?
Have you come in search of my powers, dragon? Oh, you are woefully too late. I have spent them all on myself. My every thousands of cells. Blood the magic. Yes. I am the one who roams the many. To think that foolish wizard thought he could keep me enthralled forever. One does not bind a demon for long. You and your rivaling brothers. You and your bickering sisters. I have aided you all, but always did I know that with the support of my spells and knowledge, the dragon would win the day. Win, yes. Become rich and plump with roaring blood, until now you are ready to be devoured. Once I have you bleeding, and I can break the dragon's mind, your dreams I shall walk, and your Your soul will be mine. One of the ancient line will be my blood servant, and I will be mightier than any demon has ever been. So come find me. Come fight me. For with each kill, you make yourself juicier. With each death, I long more passionately to shred your flesh.
Alright, so really nothing we can do about him right here. He's just here.
Corvus is still on the loose, Commander. It will take your utmost strength to best him now.
Alright, so no extra commentary from you.
That is quite a tale. Since the dawn of time, beautiful Rivellon has been a stage of bitter rivalry, strife, and war. Haughty humans, all too lofty lizards, dogged dwarves, erratic elves, irrational imps, dogmatic undead, and yes, wayward wizards even, couldn't forego the time it takes for the moon to wax and wane without turning to fresh violence. Peace. The word itself hardly had a meaning. It was an abstract. Until after long and dark ages, 3 men decided they had had enough. I was one of them. The other 2 were your father Sigurd, and an eccentric inventor known only, even by us, as the Architect. We knew war would continue everlasting unless one king would stand up, conquer all feuding factions, and unite the manifold battling races under the banner of a single world-spanning empire. Easier said than done was, I believe, our initial reaction. It was the Architect who provided us with the answer to the question how on earth we would go about enacting such an unparalleled enterprise. He said he had ways and means to provide your father, a battle-hardened warlord in his own right, with engines of war such as the world never saw. Technology. That was the solution. For if we could go to war with weapons so vastly superior as to be unstoppable, every opponent would have to yield before our onslaught. Where the Architect obtained his strange knowledge from, he never wished to reveal. But in truth, Sigurd and I cared little for his mysterious ways. For whatever the source, our plans worked like a charm. And in a matter of years, Rivellon was ours. Yes, we had done it. We had created our empire, and your father became its first and so far only ruler. For a few precious decades, peace had finally taken on a meaning. It was a bright flash, all too quickly extinguished along the tenebrous continuum of time.
Archer talked about this earlier. When I told you all these events, when you yourself were in the dark until so very recently. From your tale, I gather the Empire was created. So how it came to fail so quickly?
Long have I asked myself that question. Yet the answer is as simple as it is obvious. Human nature. Love, jealousy, anger, grief. All of these emotions proved more fatal to the stability of peace than 100,000 war machines could. You see, Sigurd, the Architect, and I remained close friends after our quest had come to completion. But then, one fateful day, a woman of unequaled beauty arrived at court. After but a glance, there wasn't a man's heart in the room, not aching for even her mildest attention or a most fleeting caress.
Now, is that Dragon Mom? Considering the timing? Or is that someone completely new?
Your father, though married, courted her, as did the Architect. For myself, I'd admit I'd given up the very secrets of magic in return for her love, but I knew rivalry could only lead to misery. And And so it did. For bitter rivals my two friends became. And when in the end Sigurd was the one to win her affections, the architect left the palace with such hatred in his eyes as to strike me as diabolical. A year their secret liaison lasted. 1 year your father and beautiful Aurora were happy together. Then suddenly she died. And it took me a long time to find out she did so at the hand of the architect. Sigurd never knew. He was destroyed by grief. The mighty warlord withered, and with him, the soul of his empire flickered like a candle in the breeze, until his own children blew it out forever and hacked to pieces the land that was to have been his legacy.
Right, so that is Dragon Ball Man also. Yeah, what made the children so twisted? Also, what happens to the architect?
Ask me about Corvus, my friend, and I will tell you all about the architect.
Did we already gloss over that? Anyways, about Aurora.
Though I said I noticed from the beginning her beauty was of such perfection as to be supernatural, I soon discovered she was indeed more than human, and that the enchanting guise we saw her in was but a mask. Behind it lurked the dragon. Yes, she was one of the ancients, interested in the ways of the infinitely lesser creatures we nevertheless call civilized. She was intrigued by Sigurd, his war machines, and his empire. It led her to his castle, to a brief spell of passion, and ultimately, her downfall.
Alright, so no multiple wives for the Emperor. Yeah, why is he held in so little regard?
No one in Rivellon, save for you, Sigurd, the architect, and I, know of Aurora and how her death affected your father. As far as most are concerned, he was a great hero who all too soon fell prey to indulgence, sloth, and alcohol, which lost him the affection of his children, and in time started the war.
Right. So no one knew about the depression.
They are wrong, but truth will be revealed one day. Rest assured that when we finish our conquest and I can spend some leisure time in peace, I will write his history, and yours too. Everyone shall know the tragedy that befell him, and how his son, by the woman he loved, rose to save an empire.
Anyway, then what about the original wife then? What happened to her? What was her deal? Did I just completely miss that, or what?
Why, Corvus told me, of course. He'll tell you everything if you ask, for he relishes in the opportunity to unfold his plans. See you react when he tells you how he set in motion the ruin of the empire you gave your life for. How, in your case, he helped kill your mother. Grief, hate, anger, any emotion you betray, he'll notice and drink it in like a prize brandy.
Maybe he was the one that set her on the path to meeting the Emperor. Okay, nothing more with you. Also, Ophelia, really nothing more with you.
My word. What a wonder it is to experience the boundless tears of
Yeah,
taste.
still the same dialogue.
So, I see old Edmund is head over heels in love with a saucy bit.
Oh, did we do a decision for you yet?
May my mind, her name, the lad detests me almost
Yeah,
as much
don't
as
kill
I
her father.
detest him. Already he has gone too far by calling me a swamper, the ultimate insult to us. Under normal circumstances, I'd dismiss your advice as a showing of weakness. But reason insists you're right. I'll abide by his scurrilous manners for Elizabetha's sake, even if it takes all my force of will not to slice him open and eat his liver raw.
Yeah, I can use that to manipulate her into hitting her father. And then maybe eventually she will put forth the idea of killing him. Yeah, just gotta get the green light from the wife first. And this is the starting area. Sorta. Oh, okay, much larger. But yeah, sorta is a little bit like this little curve here. But then, yeah, just more land added on. Alright, from what I remember, this is the final act. What do we start with? Okay, we start with these territories. You have a lot going on here. Okay, you are very obviously going to rush out. Yeah, we have this war factory over here. And a war factory here. We do have a number of cards that do let us stop their movement. Okay, that's a war factory. Do we have anything that destroys war factories? No, decrease the population. Right, we didn't. Yeah, we failed to get any of the building instruction cards. Probably have to hold on with mercenaries. Okay, that's just an academy. Oh, is it just... Oh, okay, it's just him. Right, he won't be distracted then. Remember, we have to rely on C units then. Where is his capital? All the way around this side. We were to try and rush this. Okay, no, like the maps kind of loop around. Yeah, we have to come down this way. Okay, so 2 from there and then 1. Yeah, we have to go to the left and then come down. That would be the shortest route. Zeppelin, Juggernaut, Ironclad. Okay, that's just a gold mine. One's up in there. 2 Juggernauts there. Oh. And another Ironclad. Yeah, bit much. What do you have here? 2, 2, and 2. Alright, 3, 2, 2 and 3, 2, 2, 2. Okay, no neutral territories. Let's make a hard save here just in case. You know what? Let's make a quick save then in the previous act. Just in case we have to farm for more gold. Yeah, just in case we need to farm for more cards. Now, before we do that, or before you start making decisions, be right back. Alright, let's continue. Alright, plan is to cards we're mostly good on. We do need to do our gold situation though. Okay, that's the capital. Ships. What do we have here for ships? One and two. Okay, 2 ironclads, 2 juggernauts, and a zeppelin. That's 2 juggernauts. Might be able to take them if we can spawn our dragon. Yeah, but it's just beyond the ocean though. There might not be places on land, so no reinforcements or no recruitments. Would we be able to dodge like we did with the transport against the juggernauts? Could also just bring in mercenaries. Probably the safest thing for now would be to we do have transports here. Yeah, the ironclad would be able to handle it. Then it would be just against the juggernauts and the ironclads, which yeah, the transports could keep the juggernauts busy, while 1 juggernaut and 2 ironclads take on their 2 ironclads. Potential. A problem though will be dealing with all these other attacks. Yeah, they could definitely bring their hunters in to attack either of these. The main thing we have to worry about are the armors. What are armors weak to? Trooper and air units. And then this one, Devastator's armors, and shamans, grenadiers. Yeah, but even. You're not sure then which probably going for. Yeah, they have warlocks, devastators, grenadiers, armors, hunters. Probably a mix of troopers and grenadiers for this one. Yeah, probably send both the troopers and grenadiers over. Yeah, probably the shaman too. Yeah, leaving it undefended, but they don't have any transports. So it should be fine. Move the warlock over there. Yeah, because of all the armors. You get some troopers. And let's get... Okay, they are weak to air units. Yeah, going to get a bomber. We do have 6 troopers here. They might be able to stall long enough then. Main worry would be this territory. Right, we can get 10 over here. Okay, got 3 and 3 on that one. Gonna get a war balloon. Get 2 shamans and then going to get a devastator. Yeah, it's a bit of a mix. I think these ones, yeah, the air units too weak. And then we need grenadiers for that one, and then... What are the grenadiers weak to? We can get trooper, hunters, and heavy units. Yeah, it seems like the main thing we need troopers and air units. I could get 2 more of those and then 2 balloons. Yeah, it's up on a fighter just in case. As for these guys, move them onto the island. You just kind of need to build up. Once they attack, there'll be someone we can then might be able to go on the offensive. Alright, as for buildings, okay, 3 on that one. 5, this one has to be a gold mine. 6 are here. Hold off on building any resource buildings just in case it gets captured. Kind of want them to be moving though. Really? Hurting our population? That's fine. Move your ships. Oh yeah, we are going to have to... Yeah, have to move our transports with some defenses. Okay, a lot of naval moving around. Interesting. They only attacked one place. Which, if we are victorious, we can then capture this one. Gonna have to face their imp fighters, but we can. 2 shamans, 2 grenadiers, 2 warlocks, and 2 troopers defending. And of course reinforce, or they get mercenaries. Wish they would organize these better. Okay, so they're starting with shamans, grenadiers, and troopers. Combat advantage, pioneers don't need that just yet. What do you have for trooper mercenaries? Okay, we do have a few imp fighters. Could send them out, but I think that the grenadiers would just kill them. Yeah, and again, those are just shamans. Look at some hunter mercenaries. Really don't have much in the way of mercenaries. Well, since this is only battle. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I feel like we can do this manually. Maybe we should show the starting points. Alright, what do we have going on here? Shouldn't need either the patriarch. Which, if that's going to be the case... Oh, why did pop-up charm? Oh, why did pop up all the abilities that we just bought? know what? I'm gonna double check and make sure if passives they have to be equipped, because that feels odd. Okay, yes, they do need to be equipped. Okay, well, first off, what do we need? Yeah, survivability, movement, the regeneration, life leech. Do we need that? It does help. And then reduction in fire range. Although, might swap that out with Orb Annihilation. No, the Aura Frailty does kind of help out a bit better. Because I think we can fire at a greater range then, without them attacking us. Okay, if we go with those, that leaves us not much we can do. Shield was pretty good. And still a weird text for the chameleon hide. Or restoration, not that helpful. I mean, I guess somewhat helpful in that we won't need to build shamans, but we have to hang around by our units. And yeah, just hanging around our units doesn't really help too much. Maybe if the map had only one path, then yes, it would. But otherwise, there's so many options that enemies can take. Just sticking around by units just mainly helps our enemy. Can increase the damage of our primary attack, or no, that seems mostly fine. Would help, but yeah, there was the fear. Okay, no, that one's disables primary function. Wasn't there another one? Yeah, there's like another roar that did something similar. Dread Roar. 825 meters of radius around you. Enemies are paralyzed. Would have to rush in and yeah, risk kind of getting killed by that. And Crippling Roar. 1,000 meters. wonder what's the difference. Sabotage for 10 seconds, 30 seconds cooldown. Odd. Takes 24 around that side. Cooldown 75. Do you have something that reduces cooldown? Alright, 13 for 26. Let's try Dread Roar. Oh, we are very close to each other.
It'll be built in a jiffy.
Proceeding to location.
Oh,
More recruits,
nothing.
Commander. Let's get this dance
Troopers.
started.
Target acquired.
No, well, let's go that way.
Yes.
There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
And then that's a sign, yes there is.
Anything for the Empire. Battle Forge completed. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will soon be ready. We're out of recruits, Commander.
Proceeding to location.
I was gonna say they're not moving, but no, okay, they're all the way down that way.
Yes, yes, yes.
Construction in progress.
Yes. Magic will prevail. Firing up.
About 36 before we can appear.
Construction underway, Commander. What's the medical emergency? Let's get this dance of death started. Wall factory completed. It'll be built in a jiffy. Anything for the Empire.
That one. Leave that one alone for now. Although, can you get that safely?
Ready to blaze the skies.
Recruitment Citadel completed.
Alright, we will go in and see if we can bombard them. Pretty nice.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Recruitment Citadel completed. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
Yeah, it feels like the option is then just rush in with that, with a shield and the fear up. Need to get in there quickly enough to get the shamans before they get their shields. attack of that is quite strong. Alright, so not too bad. This feels like a pretty good combination. Oh, okay, we're at capacity. F2 is all of them. Alright, not a good start for Corvus. Swamper swoons for Elvin Bell. Emperor denies him duel after insult. The Emperor mismanaging troop soldiers told to be pillaging and raping as is still in the Dark Age. No, we put a stop to that. From between man and dragon. Alright, looks like we can build some gold mines next, well, this turn. Oberon, what do you want?
Edmund surprised us all, Commander. If he could win the approval and even friendship of surly Lord Larricher, he must have behaved. Behaved like an elf. Quite wonderful, if a little disturbing.
Okay. Looks like it worked out quite well for him.
I went to have a word with Elizabetha, wanting to warn her about Edmund, and indeed all men. but from what I hear, he's been quite the gentleman. Always have I regarded that word to be a contradiction in terms, but Edmund is trying hard to prove me wrong.
Yet again, we win the day.
Combat and carnage! Huzzah! You showed him, Commander.
Oh yeah,
About
after the
whom,
whole thing, what do you
Commander?
think of Henry?
What we were, we no longer are, Commander. Let's leave it at that.
Alright then.
You'll be glad to know, Commander, that I followed your advice. Despite the tactless treatment I received from Lord Larradshire, I was the very picture of gallantry at a dinner thrown in my honor by darling Elizabetha, during which I amazed them all by my command of elf etiquette in the ancient tongue. As the evening drew to a close and the ladies retired to the music room, the Lord poured me a brandy and apologized for his ill-chosen words uttered during previous occasions. I'm now quite at home when I visit the estate, enwrapped in a friendly warmth, weirdly welcomed by my cold-blooded self. Thus, I am the one most amazed, for never would I have thought myself capable of enjoying the company of others, let alone non-lizards. Love conquers all, if you'll forgive the platitude.
Things seem to have improved with them. We have so much research that we don't need.
Commander, I know full well we need all of Maxos's strange new technologies to win the war, but their production is putting too great a strain on the environment. If, however, our war machines could be fabricated with environmentally responsible building materials, we may actually leave behind a world that was worth fighting for. Yes, this would increase production costs, but I'm also convinced these materials will improve the strength and efficacy of our vehicles.
Will it? Let's see. Doesn't seem like we caused a bit of an issue right now, though.
I feel at home, Commander, in a landscape of barren rock. Endless forests of dead trees. Our industry is doing its best to turn the world into an undead vision. So may the Seven damn Oberon, and damn his idiotic ideas.
Again with the 7.
Oberon can sit there and weep over a couple of dead trees and dead fish all day long if he wants. But in the meantime, we have a war to win. And the last thing we need is inflated production costs.
Yeah, kind of right on that.
I don't think ecology should be our prime concern at this time, Commander. It will take decades to undo the harm all these war machines have caused, but let us deal with these matters in times of peace.
It's gonna be the one where everyone disagrees but Tim.
Oberon's mad, Commander. New materials, new this, new that. It would cost a great deal of time and money to set it all up. And am I the only one who thinks a landscape filled with smoking factory chimneys and raging fires of industry is so much more beautiful than boring old woodlands and hills?
Yeah, well, if we deny him... Yeah, we're back down to 80%. Yeah, we're only getting 38 gold right now. We do have 285 stored. Let's leave that for a moment. Right, there are a few rich places that we could build gold mines on. Yeah, would offset that. Else do you want to set the others? Yeah, we don't know our current gold adjustment. Oh, here it is, Imperial Gold Revenue. Yeah, we're losing 3. One ironclad, one juggernaut. We could potentially destroy those. Anyways, yeah, a few decent gold mines here and there. Right, they have a war factory on this one. Definitely should take that one. Hunters, Warlock, Devastator's armor. Leave these 2 here for defense for now. Yeah, I think next turn we'll move to capture it. Problem is, yeah, they're gonna build up. 4 grenadiers, 2 shamans, 6 troopers. I feel like they could rush us down with those if we just bring these units. Although the Devastators would be lagging behind. Problem might be the war balloon though. Yeah, they're not going to build up anything here. So maybe we can attack that one. Yeah, because they don't have a war factory there. Yeah, let's go and attack this one. We'll move some mercenaries. Yeah, then we can finally get ourselves a war factory. Yeah, get a gold mine on that one. No, we'll get a gold mine on this one. I'm gonna move my troopers. Let's Yeah, let's get a Juggernaut up here. And get some Warlocks. Yeah, a few more Grenadiers. Toss in one more Warpoon. Gotta have to be careful about gold spending. Might just have to do trooper spam. Yeah, we can't afford the gold expenditure.
Commander, I know full well we... Curses, Commander! Once more, our Green Mother must forfeit much-needed protection because safeguarding her well-being means we'd have to pull at the purse strings. Money. It's a plague upon mankind.
Yeah, well, you can't fight wars for free. Okay, did we build everything? Yes, we did. Guess we can play a card. Oh, do we not have a gold mine card? Okay, we'd have a real problem if they all kind of invaded one of these places. But yeah, we want to stop them from producing any more units here. It looks like they're keeping their aerial units out to sea. Right, glad I moved our sea units onto the land. Right, he's not being all that aggressive. Yeah, he brought the Zeppelin down here and then... yeah, and the Infighter. Okay, next turn though, we can move all these guys over. Except for... well, no, you can't capture anything with a sea or air units, it has to be land units. Yeah, as long as he's not... yeah, he's not bringing a transport down here. Should probably be good. Yeah, problem is you can definitely rush us down with the hunters. Grenadiers might be able to save us. Yeah, Devastators could be an issue. Do anything that can sabotage either the hunters or Devastators. No, no, do not. Oh, okay, we could sabotage the armors. That's only 75% less damage. Come on, any unit advantage. Not really. Mercenary. Oh, we're also gonna have to be building some of these buildings too. They bring in a juggernaut. How many juggernaut cards do we have? I think it's just those two. Yeah, okay, it's just those two. So... Again though, as long as they don't rush and we can stall them long enough, should be able to handle it. I'm gonna copy this over. And then where's the shield? No, it's not Aegis. Bastion. Maybe we should bring on the one that does extra damage to the armor and heavy units. Yeah, 100% more damage to medium and heavy units. Maybe. Armor frailty. We'll do it if we have to. Soar, rejuvenation, leech and frailty. There they are.
Dance of death started. It'll be built in a jiffy. We're out of recruits, Commander.
I do recruit faster. Where are the other points? It looks like the main thing that's just gonna be in the center.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire. Never trust doctors or patients. Construction underway, Commander.
Okay, they're not... Okay, they're just stopping over there.
Let's get this dance of death started. Troopers
Down
awaiting your
those.
decision, sire. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. It'll be built in a jiffy. Anything for the Empire.
Can you guys stay there?
Construction underway, Commander. We need more recruits, Commander.
30 seconds.
This dance of death started. Battle forge completed. Everybody lies, even dying people. Recruitment citadel completed. Don't be pussy. That's impossible. That's impossible. Come on.
One.
Units being manufactured, Commander. Enemy devastators are able to besiege us. Trooper ready to march. Your unit will soon be ready. Enemy devastators moving faster than they did before, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. No flying doctors, jokes, okay? Ready to follow you, even into death. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. There better be a tavern. Enemy devastators fire double rounds now. Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander.
Yeah, probably should have brought in the ones that had the bonus damage armor.
Unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. There's no I-T. There is a me in there somewhere, though. The Emperor's enemy is my enemy.
No, not a whole lot of units we can recruit.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Where is everyone? Yeah, those armors really mess us up. Oh, we lost a lot of units though. I think we lost everything. Okay, not everything. How did they survive? No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, which means we can build the gold mine in that territory if we haven't already. War consumes all natural beauty. Emperor neglects some protection of the realm. Oh, hey, dwarves are up now. Lizard back up to 90. Undead, 70%. Imps, 80. Upper insult to remain unrevenged. Edmund no more than a gutless gecko, comments anonymous fellow general. Which general would that be? Winning more territories does not help the Empire with his personality crisis near Seer. Seer don't know anything.
You find me in a reflective mood, Commander. The bottom of a wine glass can serve as a gypsy's crystal, you see. gaze upon it long enough, and times long past come parading afore one's eyes. As you can imagine, I was an exceptionally gifted child that outranked his schoolmates to such a degree I started to shun them, for their imbecility insulted me. The academic world, too, quickly discovered and quickly discarded, had precious little to offer. Clueless they all were, professors and students alike, like flies bumping up against glass. No, it was in the army that I found my true calling, for the enemy I defeat on the battlefield is defeated forever. Those I outwit in combat die. Such is the triumph of intellect, and with each new victory my detest for all that is non-lizard grows. They call it bigotry. I call it logic. And yet things have come to pass aboard the Raven that shed new light on my views. A light that reveals they may have been somewhat distorted. I do believe I have mellowed to a degree, having seen sides of all these other creatures that actually show merit in their own peculiar ways. More often than not, it was your forcing my hand in directions contrary to my instincts that lay at the basis of this epiphany. So I suppose a word of thanks is in order.
A whole lot of work to do, huh?
To be honest, I don't know if I'll ever truly regard an elf or a dwarf as my equal. Yet no longer will I maintain their worth to be less than that of an owl's pellet, which perhaps is a first step in the right direction. But enough of this introspection, Commander. Let us fill our wine glasses anew.
I have sent word of your decisions, Commander. With each new conquest...
What a victory,
To be in the thick of...
Alright, nothing with you. Right. So... next one we do want to capture is this territory. It's only 4 grenadiers. Oh, first off, do some building here. This one's only 3. Incidentally, do we have a card to destroy that factory? No. Academy, Parliament, War Factory. Wait, do we need to capture that one? Certainly have many air units. Oh, they have a juggernaut over there though. Few places that have juggernauts. First off, buildings. Like a gold mine here, or a mercenary, or a tavern. Academy, don't think we need this one. Yeah, subversion cards. They are not that useful, so that will probably be broken down. Alright, well, let's start getting a transport here. Okay, what's in the area? Is it just juggernauts? Okay, do I have an ironclad here? Yeah, ironclads can take down arrow units. What's good against you? Is it just juggernauts? Weak against ground units, right. That doesn't help. Strong against sea and air units. So it's just gonna have to be getting other ironclads. Okay, we can ironclads. Right. In that case then. Okay, I guess we want ironclads to control the seas. Do we actually want a gold one here? It's only going to increase it by 3. This one be 4. That's also 4. Got a 6 up here. That's 2. That's 4. That's 4. That's 5 up here. Can I have the gold mine on that 3? I would want a gold mine on this one. Alright, first off, let's move up, conquer this one. Then next turn we can conquer this one and get a gold mine constructed on here. And then yeah, slowly mark our way up here. At which point we can start mass producing ironclads to clear out the waters. Yeah, because if we can blockade them, that would be very helpful. Just do some troopers here. Oh, weird to have 11 troopers in this area. No, we don't. Yes, we do. There they are, right here. Okay, more troopers and get some hunters going. And grenadiers. This one, let's start pumping out ironclads. Can't do too much. Nine on that one. Let's wait to get a gold mine on this one since it's 7. And then we can do the gold increase there. Might be more valuable for that. Sabotage. How dare they? Alright, will they blow up? Was it a gold mine or something else? They moved a few of their cards, for the units over. Definitely have to mercenary for that one. Yeah, they moved the gold mine. Alright, next turn, 2 gold mines then. 3 armors, 1 grenadier. Might be manageable. This one, I feel like we definitely have to fight, though. Would have been manageable if they hadn't brought the mercenaries. Well, we can do that too. Where do we test that balloon? By them fighters, 61% with the fighters. Not so great with just the hunters. Bring 5 troopers, no, not great. We do have a few of those. Zeppelin? Yeah, Zeppelin was pretty low. Those Zeppelins are kind of not the best. Grenadier, 70%. Oh, Catherine's at 30. Oh, all the generals at 30. Though Scarlet would give us the best chance. Yeah, 50% if we don't use mercenaries. I think we don't need them to be that intact, because once we capture this one, we can then start using the war factories to supply that region with units, that territory with units. All right, their 2 arms versus our 2 armors. Oh, but we would have to have Scarlet there, though. Yeah, our income would be able to cover it. And however, though, we need to build 2 gold mines. Yeah, go ahead and risk it. Since we do need to get this one, we don't want to spend too many mercenary cards. Barely won. Yeah, and this one will be fine. Although apparently we could just auto-resolve it. Yeah, but if we auto-resolve it, it's 88%. Well, hopefully we save before this. Yeah, for the sake of time, just auto-resolve. Oh, I only lost 2 troopers. Okay, not bad. Work on it pays off. Some say we ask at what cost. More naked posters, and apparently plastic surgery. Edmund's getting level 1 fearsome and indefensive. Good for him. Also, I thought that cost us gold. Alright, so who has what to say?
A battle is often decided because of the...
Commander, I have an urgent request that, in light of my recent disclosure to you of a personal nature, will, I'm sure, not fall on deaf ears. Prospera has received anonymous letters about an elf archduke by the name of Narcosim. You may have heard of him as a hunter of necromancers, but there is other prey he stalks. He's executing innocents in ways so horrible as to defy description. Whether they be men, women, elves, lizards, whatever. If they're gay, Commander, factually, merely suspected to be, or pointed out by wicked souls, they are quickly denounced as practitioners of forbidden magic and burned alive, boiled alive, impaled, quartered, whatever takes his sick fancy. No matter how evil his deeds, this witch hunter enjoys the protection of elven nobility, his family being one of the oldest and most respected in the realm. Already, Oberon is gathering a great sum of money to buy your blindness to his deeds. I beg you, Commander, do not take him up on his offer.
Yeah, that's enough of just killing innocent people. Also, I thought we only, on the ruling on necromancers, wasn't to forbid it and to have them hunted down. It was just to somewhat restrict the activities so that they're not constantly resurrecting everyone. Yeah, you shouldn't even be hunting them down in the first place.
Oh, it's such a relief to hear you speak those words. I couldn't sleep for hearing the screams of his victims echoing in my mind, knowing full well he'd do the same to me. May the dungeon he'll rot in boast a bored torture master hankering for a spot of practice.
Okay, we didn't lose too much in those fights, thankfully. Okay, quite a bit of units over here. Oh, 111. But can reinforce. However, though, we do need to build the gold mines. Okay, got a bomber balloon there. That's an ironclad. Yeah, 2 ironclads. Wanted to send our air unit here to get rid of those balloons. Ironclads, Juggernauts. Yeah, kind of got ironclads all over the place. They are very much boxing us in, aren't they? Okay, we'll leave the troopers here. And then start moving our units over. And that's gonna leave the Devastator too. This one, okay, this one can be a card production. Balloon, Juggernauts. How many ironclads do we have here? We have 4. Alright. Can actually probably move everything there. Although probably start clearing out the bay here. Yeah, then toss some Juggernauts, or not Juggernauts, but Ironclads right here. Have that be a clear way. And just build them up on that location. As for this one, what do you have? 2 shamans, 4 hunters, 4 grenadiers, 6 troopers, and a bomber balloon. Yeah, I could probably move them over here, and then that should be able to auto-resolve it. Shaman and hunter. Oh no, okay, just shaman then. Yeah, let's get an ironclad down here, and then save the money. And yeah, they shouldn't be attacking anything. They don't have any transports. Okay, let's capture this one. And then probably call it there. And then this place is probably... yeah, probably turned into a war factory. Let's leave one there just in case. Oh no, wait. No, they can't just take anything with air units. Never mind. I'm gonna move everything over then. Yeah, luckily it just seems to be focused on air and sea units, not transports. Let's see, what did he build over here? Oh, he built a warlock. Alright, which means he may be planning to build a transport there pretty soon. Then again, it could also just be for defense. Yeah, then we'll move our ironclad here, get this all cleaned out, so that we can capture this island. Oh, okay, nice, 100%. That was easy. Emperor arrests Elven Duke on General's whim, known as safe from random prosecution. Triumph trumps overkill, Emperor says, even undead perplexed. Emperor is leading a double life. Who knows? Oh, he listed at 95. Alright, so a few minutes already, but let's go ahead and end it there, and then we can talk to everyone next time. All in all, good progress, somewhat, even though we did kind of stall a whole lot in the last act. But doing so was very beneficial. Definitely would have had a much harder time if we hadn't accumulated all that gold and cards, though we're not really using them all that much. A little bit disappointed that research has no use once you get everything, though. It would have been nice if that could have been converted into something else. But at least it does mean that we don't have to worry about constructing any academies to boost our research. So one less building to construct. Yeah, so far this battle against Chorus isn't too bad. Too bad. It's been a bit passive. Definitely could have taken a lot of our territories if we had just moved everything over, had been a bit more aggressive. His passiveness has definitely made things easier. How far away from the capital if we just go by land? Okay, in theory we could capture it in 5 turns. Oh yeah, he is mainly just focusing on land, on the sea units. If we just move everything over across the land area. Yeah, there we could get this in 5 turns. Yeah, like use the war factories to build the armored units that have multiple movements. Yeah, armored and air units. And then just fight the battles manually to maintain any of our ground units. Yeah, we have a war factory down that way. Then tavern. Yeah, it's actually a pretty straight shot to it. Just need to maintain some defenses here, but otherwise, yeah, it's not that great a distance, really. Which, yeah, and then if this is the final chapter, or the final act, yeah, because Maxis, whatever, old wizard guy made it sound like, yeah, we don't have any more siblings, so the war's kind of over. It's just Corvus right now, and unless there's another map after this, I think this will be it. Yeah, potentially, yeah, I think like 2 streams at most, unless something, either next stream or the stream after it should be done with this, unless something really unexpected happens. But yeah, I think we are done, potentially done. Alright, Alright, gonna have to think of the next game, which might be, yeah, more Warhammer 3. I haven't done that in a while. DLC came out. Kind of want to check that out. Then again, there's also Stellaris, but most likely Warhammer 3. Yeah, Warhammer 3, whenever this gets done, playing with the new classes and seeing how some of the changes went. Yeah, it's like in 2 or 3 weeks for that. As for tomorrow, we have a continuation of Divinity Original Sin 2, finishing up the, I guess, any quest that we need to do around Fort Joy. We've already cleared out the fort itself. I think the only lingering thing we have left in the immediate area is just a combat arena that we found near Griff's place. Otherwise, yeah, the remaining quests require us to go further out into the main story. Yeah, probably check out the arena. Oh yeah, and there's also the merchant, or not the merchant. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, he was a merchant. But yeah, there was an NPC that wanted us to go somewhere with him. Felt like a trap, didn't do it, but may check it out. Yeah, it's gonna depend on how quickly we get through the arena then, I guess. If it's a quick deal, then yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and deal with this trap and then, yeah, see how that turns out before we head out into the swamps to continue the main story. And then either Wednesday or Thursday we'll be we'll be back with more Rimworld. Oh yeah, still need to try out how Combat Extend is going to work now that the game is sending out larger raids at us. Had a very difficult time last time after large raids and combined with the insectoid infestations while having the flesh mass event. Yeah, definitely may want to try Combat Extended once again. Though, yeah, we are kind of just lacking basic defenses though. So that may actually be the issue. But yeah, we shall see. But yeah, like I said, either Wednesday or Thursday is going to be more, well, when we're going to go back to Rimworld, it's going to depend on how my schedule goes. And of course, next week on Saturday will be the continuation of Divinity Dragon Commander. As long as nothing interferes on my schedule again. But yeah, nothing else. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels, depending on what you prefer to watch, or notifications on, when we're online, or just general updates. But if you don't feel like doing that, as always, my social media for updates and notifications, Twitter is at Emery_EE, I am RE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. But if you don't use those, I do try to stream between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central, usually give or take 30 minutes. Well, usually between those times, unless there's issues like health, technical issues, scheduling, fatigue, laziness, and yeah, so on. But yeah, regardless of all that, I do try to be here between those times. As for today's, it's a bit variable because of work, but I do try to at least make Sunday, Mondays a regular streaming time. As for the rest of the week, it's just kind of whatever happens with my schedule. Usually, yeah, if it's going to be something different, I will notify about that. But anyways, once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained, that you have a good day or night, whichever way up to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you, and goodbye.